Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Ohio.
Presenting Marco's Irresistible.
Welcome to the show.
Of opening days at this beautiful ballpark here in downtown Cleveland, and we're ready for one more here this afternoon as the Cleveland Indians play host to the Minnesota Twins. Hi again, everyone. Matt Underwood alongside Rick Manning. In some ways, Rick, it's hard to believe we've had 20 openers here at Progressive Field. There have been a lot of special memories along the way, but probably none more special than the very first one.
Well, when you look at this ballpark, 60 years in an old ballpark, a colorful brand new house. It's like moving out of the old neighborhood into the new. It was so exciting, and the way it started, in fashion. It was a lot of fun. I think it set the tone for a lot of years of good baseball in this ballpark.
President Bill Clinton was on again for the ceremonial first pitch. Randy Johnson had a no-hitter going deep into the ball game, and then Eric King, another left-hander, came on out of the bullpen. In extra innings, you saw Wayne Kirby with the game-winning hit, bringing home Eddie Murray, and that set the stage for so many more dramatic moments. I mean, this ballpark has had a ton of them, but it all started with Game 1, the very first one ever.
And that was the, Progressive Field. Now, Jacobs Field magic is what it used to be. How many come-from-behind wins have we saw in this ballpark throughout the years? It's been a lot of fun, and they still are a lot of fun, and it's still showing its age very well. It's always nice when you see a packed house like we have today.
No doubt about that, and you talk about the ballpark and the come-from-behind wins and the last-at-bat wins, and this team a year ago really showed that they had that kind of magic. How many times was it late in the ball game they found a way to win? Jason Giambi, the oldest man in baseball history to hit a walk-off homer, and he did it twice.
Right, about 11 walk-offs last year, and they're always fun. But for the fans that come out to the ballpark, they never quit, they never say die, and that's pretty much this team motto. And when you look at it, the way they started the season out in Oakland, they had those long days, the day-night doubleheader, but they ended up winning 2 out of 3 to come home. And with all the fans sitting in here, you can't rain out opening day in Cleveland, can you? These fans, they want to play baseball. They don't want to sit. They don't care if it rains. They'll sit through it.
Bless you. You get to go to Arizona and spend the winters there. You put in your time here in the cold of the Midwest, but this has been a miserable winter for everybody here, and these fans have been chomping at the bit. They've been waiting, counting the hours, counting the minutes to this day, because it's not just opening day. It's not just the first day of baseball, but it's the hope of better things to come, better weather ahead, and obviously high hopes for this ball club. And there's good reason for optimism, because they've got a good, strong nucleus of young players, and now they're starting to sign those guys to long-term contracts. Michael Brantley signed a long-term extension in spring training. Daniel Jones signed a long-term extension right at the start of the season in Oakland. And now today, before the ballgame, more news about another young player being locked up for the future. We'll have more on that when we come back Back here at Progressive Field, where we are in a rain delay. We've had a lot of rain earlier today, but we've probably had a pretty good break here for the last half an hour without any rainfall, any precipitation. But they tell us that there is another pretty significant band of showers that is approaching Cleveland, and so they didn't want to start the game and have to have a rain delay immediately. So therefore, we're going to wait it out, and hopefully that band of showers moves through. And once it does, according to the weather people, we are clear sailing the rest of the day. Before we went to break, we were talking about the fact that the Indians have started to sign a number of their young players to long-term contracts. First it was Michael Brantley, then it was Yan Gomes, and now earlier today the Indians inked another one of their young core players to a long-term deal. With more on that, let's go down on the field, and here's Katie Witham.
Well, we're excited to announce that we've secured the future of another cornerstone member of our Major League team by agreeing to a 6-year contract with Jason Kipnis. The contract also includes an option for a 7th season that would keep Kip in Cleveland through the 2020 season, which seems like an awfully long time, but we're thrilled to have Kip and have him part of our organization and a leader on our Major League team. I'll turn it over to Kip here in a minute, but just a few words about Kip and about the signing process. First, I'd like to make sure I thank Danny Horowitz, Steve Rath, Mike Chernoff for all their work on the negotiations. It was obviously a lengthy process to be able to reach a conclusion, but we're thrilled we were able to do that. And then turning to Kip, it's a pretty compelling story. From the time he arrived at the Major Leagues in 2011, he's emerged as one of the best second basemen in baseball. Unique combination of power, speed, hard-nosed play has made him one of the best players not only in his position but in the American League. And so it's even more remarkable when you reflect back and think that he was drafted as an outfielder and made a conversion to second base. And I think that speaks to Kip and his work ethic and his determination to become not only a Major League player but an all-star caliber MVP candidate player. So that work didn't happen alone, though. So I wanted to take a minute also to recognize our scouting and player development staffs. First, our amateur scouting group that worked tremendously hard to get to know Kip maybe better than any other organization and actually suggest that we try converting him to second base. And then, as Kip can attest to, our player development staff spent a great deal of time with him, starting on the backfields in Goodyear, working individually with him, and through a lot of hard work by Kip and that group, Jason has, again, established himself as not only a great player, but one of the best second basemen in baseball. So, as we sit here today, I also wanted to reflect back on where we are as an organization. We currently have 16 players of our 25-man roster that are under club control through at least the 2016 season. And that wouldn't have happened without the incredible support of the Dolan family and our ownership. Obviously, it's taken a considerable financial investment to make that happen, but we couldn't be more excited about our present and future of our team and the organization. And with that, I think we'll just open it up to questions.
Jason, how special is this day for you, and what does it mean that not only are core guys locked up like you, but also Brantley and Gomes?
You know what? Well, first off, today's very special. It's an amazing feeling to get something done. I've wanted to stay here. I'm excited about being here. And then when you sign guys like Brantley and Gomes and you have the core guys coming back, guys you're going to be playing with for a while, it's the ownership, the top, showing us that they believe in us, that we've got the guys that can win games now, and we want them to get comfortable with each other and stick around. And so I'm excited to be a part of that core that's going to be coming back.
Chris, what made the timing right now with not only Jason, with Jan and Michael?
Well, with Jason, we tried this is our third attempt at it, so it's good to finally be able to get it done. And as I said earlier and acknowledged, Danny and Steve and Mike, it's been a process that's took quite a while. But I think, it's a complicated thing. You have to figure out what the right value is, what the appropriate way to share risk is, and this is the time we were able to do it. And obviously it took a considerable investment to be able to finally reach a conclusion on it.
Jason, where does this fall in line with best birthday presents you've ever gotten?
If you've had a better one.
I haven't had a better one.
No?
It was a long day, but completely worth it. Yesterday we got in at like 8. Had to be in the MRI tube for a while and fell asleep back in that thing though. But no, just the last 2 days or something like that where we kind of knew the ball was rolling on it and we were getting things done for it. Have been nothing but exciting. My phone has been going off ever since they released the announcement, and tons of texts and voice messages and all this stuff, and so it's been a crazy couple of days, but it's going to be nice to get back to baseball today, and I'm just happy that we can get it done.
Jason, when you think about coming here, a couple years ago with the position change, and let's face it, you were on some of those 90-game losing teams. How do you feel about that compared to where you are now? What strikes you?
You know what? When I got drafted here and looked at the organization, they were in the little rut. They were having those 90-loss seasons, and I wanted to be a part of the kind of transformation that turned this organization around. The group of players that can kind of put the foot down and get this going in the winning direction. I think that's what I've always set out to be, the type of player I wanted to be, and I think with signing back here is something that I wanted to see myself, along with guys like Brantley and Gomes, finish the job. We weren't just going to get to free agency and leave. We weren't just going to take the money. This is something that we've set out to do. The players that wanted to be able to be the guys that turned Cleveland around. And I think by staying here and signing on, and we're hoping to make sure we finish the job and that we're going to get there someday.
Jason, how important was last year in that process, Tito coming, a couple free agents committing here, and then the season you had, for this moment here, how important was last season?
All of that makes it easier for me. The season we had last year, proving that we can win with the guys in the locker room, signing on Tito, having him here makes it a lot easier for me to commit. When you know we're going in the right direction, that's where, and you have the management behind you. You have the management, the top guys that they're backing it up. They're signing players. They're keeping guys that they want here and the good guys, and it makes it a lot easier for me to make a decision to sign on because this place is going in the right direction. So I want to be a part of that.
Good.
A couple more here. We got Kip and Brantley coming down, or John Gomes and Brantley are coming down here.
Jason, now that this is all done, do you allow yourself to dream about bringing a championship, considering how tough it's been for this town?
Oh, we've been dreaming about that long before this deal got done. You can tell how much this city wants a championship here, regardless of sport. They want a championship. They love the playoff atmosphere here. You noticed it last year in our wild card game, how great the turnout was. Like I said, we're going in the right direction when we have guys in the locker room and a staff and management that we feel are the right people to get us there. So, I mean, as long as we keep moving in the right direction, I think we're going to get there someday. I think we're going to get there someday soon, and I'm hoping to be a part of it.
Tito, Chris mentioned the 16 guys signed through or under control through 2016. For you, that stability, how much is that a help for your position?
I think having stability is good, but having it with the right guys is better. I think under the circumstances that we're presented with, Chris and his guys have done a great job. We got a team we put out there that we enjoy going through the challenges of every day. And the fact that we have 16 guys that we know are going to be here past this year, next year, is great because, like you said, we have a lot of stability. We have guys we think we can count on, and we're just going to try to get better with them. It's good. It's not easy. I think our guys have done a really good job, but I think it's going to really help us.
Terry, you heard about Kipnis before you came here, seen him before, and then you got here. Just has he exceeded? Just what have you thought of the way you've seen him grow as a player? And
he's sitting here, man. It's hard. Last year in April, everybody kept saying, "When are you going to hit him 8th?" And I was like, "Just relax. He's a good player. He's going to be fine." And then last June, he kind of literally played himself onto the All-Star team. The part about Kip, I think, that maybe sums it up in a nutshell was the other night in Oakland. Not getting the bunt down, but when he didn't get the bunt down, he found a way to extend the at-bat, put the ball in play, and then ran to first like his pants were on fire. And that swayed the game in our favor. That's what, again, we all see what Kip can do, banging the ball off the wall, stealing bases, hitting home runs. But the contract is all it's going to do is allow Kip to enjoy playing the game. He's never going to back off on the gas pedal, but it's going to allow him the security to know that he's okay. That's part of the reason I was hoping this would get done, because I got kind of a unique seat in it. I know Danny and his guys, and I obviously know Chris and Cherney, and saw how hard they were working on it. When it got close, I wanted to see it get done because I thought Kip would enjoy the game a lot more.
Jason, you feel like the perception of the Indians with Francona being here and locking up key guys, like core guys, do you think the perception of the Indians has kind of changed throughout baseball?
Absolutely. We had a little meeting a little bit ago where we talked, and I think Murphy stepped up, and he's like, you know what, in years past when the Rangers or whoever would come to Cleveland, he's like, all you had to do was you'd get a lead and kind of coast from there. Now teams, and he's like, and it's pretty evident now, he's like, teams know when Cleveland's coming to town now. They know that it's going to be a good series. They know it's going to be a hard-fought series. They see how much fun we have in the locker room and the dugout. And when you got teams that are going out and we're beating you and we're laughing in the dugout too, the guys are like, we don't know what to do with this team. We don't know how to handle this. And that's the best atmosphere to be in. I think it's a successful one. It's a fun one to play in. It's a very loose atmosphere. But, no, I think definitely from a couple years past, I think people know that they're going to have to play some good ball to beat us now.
All right, let's get Jan and Michael in there. You get to stay.
10 in home openers here in Cleveland. In fact, they've had a little tough luck of late. Their last win in the home opener came back in 2008 when they beat the Chicago White Sox 10-8. So they're trying to snap a 5-game losing streak in home openers. Andy Salazar will be on the hill for the Yankees, trying to snap that losing mark. And Salazar is he's done. He's ready to go with more on the Tribe right-hander. Let's go downstairs to our Katie with him.
That's gonna be amazing, you know, like I closed the year here last year and I'm opening the year again, so you know, like that's pretty exciting. And I know like we're gonna have a good game here.
He's got that intense stare. He is locked in, focused, ready to go. It's one of the reasons they picked him to start this game. They feel like from a mentality standpoint, he's got the perfect mindset to pitch in a big atmosphere. He proved it last year in the wild card game against Tampa. And Rick, for a rookie, there was none of this, hey, you know, it was a good ride, I'm happy to be here. He was disappointed, heartily disappointed with the way the season ended last year. Felt like he didn't do his part. Felt a little bit like maybe he let the team down. You'd like to see that. This guy really cares, and he took it extremely well.
At least a ball right now before he gets out there and shows that first base and gets into the game and gets a feel for it. People excited. He said, you know, let's go, guys. He's willing to take the ball and try some fun. You go out there, and I hope that we're in a lot and coming out of spring training on his secondary pitches. Definitely like the command of the fastball. Everything else he does well now. But locate that fastball, try and get some secondary pitches because that was the Minnesota Twins that gave him his first loss last year. For an extent.
Another guy who took it extremely hard at the end of last year was a guy throwing a baseball in front of the Indians dugout right now is Drupal Cabrera. And Terry Francona shared with me that at the end of last season, that final game was over. He said, I went back to his apartment here in downtown Cleveland. He said, I just couldn't sleep. I was walking the floors, and in the middle of the night, it was his Drupal Cabrera who sent him a text message because his Drupal was just extremely distraught with how the season came to an end. Felt like he let his guys down. Remember, he was up at a key moment, get into a double play that could have swung the game one way or the other. And Terry, he felt good knowing that his guys took it because they did care, and they are, as the quote of the day is, they are all in. And I think he really likes the fact that he's got a bunch of guys that care about the game, they care about each other maybe more.
They really do. They care about each other, and they've got to get it started again. Every year is different.
Phillies, and we'll take a look at one
Salazar making his maiden voyage here in 2014. Danny last year at home was 2-0 and had an ERA of 3.13. He did pitch one time at Minnesota. That one came as a loss. He went 4 innings, he gave up 3 hits and 3 runs. He gave up a couple of home runs in that ball game. He walked 3, struck out 5. He left trailing 3-0 after 4 innings. So that was his first loss. So he's going to come back, have a little redemption. Brantley left, Morgan at center, Murphy's at right,
Chris Conroy will call the balls and strikes. Jordan Baker is at first, Jerry Meals at second, and Paul Kimmel now at third. So Jerry Meals is there as the crew chief. Rick plays shooting at third. And those are over 13 to start the campaign with the leadoff for Minnesota.
Batting second for Minnesota, the first baseman, number 7, Joe Mauer.
You can see his short hops, and he couldn't keep it from get this game off.
It'll bring up Joe Mauer. Mauer, interesting this year in that he is done as a catcher. He will no longer be behind the dish for Minnesota. They're trying to keep him healthy and keep him on the field longer, so he'll be a first baseman and a designated hitter, and the hopes that they can have his bat for a full season. And he takes a strike.
Yeah, you got to keep that guy in your lineup for 150 games, don't you? I'm sure he's going to have to learn the nuances of first base. He was a terrific catcher, but with the concussions, he and the money they're paying him, he's out. New position.
Salazar's 0-1 pitch, just inside with it. Mauer's never been a big power guy, not a monster home run hitter, but man, can he just flat out hit.
Well, he's so patient in the batter's box. No movement. He waits on the ball very well.
Turn and throw to second, but nothing doing there as Dozier able to get back.
You know, you hear us talk about Michael Brantley a lot. Well, Mauer's been like that for years, where he goes up there. You don't see him pull many pitches foul. He fouls them off. He's always looking at the baseball. That's why he's not afraid to slap it the other way and take your base hit. So that's why he's not a power hitter. He's a high average hitter, and he'll take his walks.
1-1 count, just underway. Hit in the air, left center field, long run. Back is Brantley, just in front of the track to make the catch. Tagging is Dozier. and he will make it to third with 1 out. Good heads-up base running by Dozier. He saw Brantley tracking back, and by the time he got to the warning track, Dozier decided he was going to go for third.
That's when you can go ahead and try and take that, is when you see the outfielder going away from the play. So that was a good time to tag up, and now Mauer feels like he got his job done.
Here are the keys to the game, brought to you by Akron Children's Hospital. And for Danny Salazar, don't overthrow. Keep those emotions in check. The Indians try to get some hits with runners in scoring position. Many of those eluded them in Oakland. And keep the crowd in the game. Don't fall behind early. Don't get in a big hole. Let that crowd work for you. Meanwhile, that wind is really whipped up since that cold front came through and the rain that came with it. Josh Willingham, so far 3 for 10 to start the year. Good power. Infield back with 1 out. And Dozier, the runner at third base. It was actually very pleasant earlier today, but once that heavy storm blew through here, it chilled things down considerably. 1-0. Fouled right back. Josh Willingham in his 3rd season with Minnesota. He's led the Twins in homers and RBIs over the past 2 seasons with 49 dingers and 158 runs batted in. He's been a pretty fast starter for Minnesota. In fact, last year, Willingham hit 5 homers and drove in 13 runs in 20 April games, most in a single month.
Well, he has very good power. He likes that ball middle in where he can turn on it. Looks like he's going to get a changeup here.
Blowing away with it. 2 balls and a strike.
That's the pitch he was throwing a lot in spring training. Changeups, you know, and working on that slider to get a feel for it. But it's all a field pitch for him.
5 balls, 5 strikes so far for Danny Salazar.
Well, number 1 is command your fastball. He hasn't been able to do that a whole lot yet. It's still there. It is, right down the middle.
Get deep to center field. This will get the run home from third. Morgan makes the catch. Dozier will tag. He'll come home, and the Twins grab the early 1-0 lead.
Batting fourth for the Twins, the designated hitter.
Well, get him on, get him over, and get him in. That's exactly what Minnesota does there. The double, because the ball was deflected off of Nyjer Morgan. He was able to start. They move him to third and get him in with 2 outs. So they will take an early lead.
Minnesota's big bopper, Chris Colabello, off to a good start. He has 6 runs batted in Minnesota's first 3 games. And you see there a healthy 5 for 10 batting average. And he takes a strike. Colabello's 6 RBIs came in 1 game. They came yesterday against the White Sox on just 2 hits. He had a pair of base clearing doubles. That's a pretty rare feat. And it ties the Twins' record for most RBIs in a game. Last done by Oswaldo Arcia last year, last September.
Didn't take long, did it?
No. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, we got to see Colabello last year, you know, late in the year when he was called up, getting an opportunity to DH and play a little bit. Got a big swing, and he's a strong guy, but he has tendencies at times. You make that pitch, there's a high changeup that he can swing and miss a lot, but with good power.
Sellout crowd wanting to make some noise with 2 down here in the first inning.
throwing it out of play to stay alive. And the 2-2. In the air, pretty well hit, deep right center field, and gone. Chris Colabello with his first home run of the year, and now 7 runs batted in on the year, and it's 2-0 Minnesota. And there was a pitch that was up in the strike zone, and Colabello just put the barrel on it and drove it up into that jet stream.
Well, let's take a look at it. It's a slider, and it was a spinner. He didn't get it down. It doesn't have any tilt to it, so it's a slider, and sliders go a long way. We told you can make your pitch, but it speeds up his bat a little bit. He stayed on it to right center field and hit it out of the ballpark, so it's 2-0 Minnesota.
And now Trevor Plouffe, and he takes a strike.
In his last start against the Twins last year, he gave up 2 runs in that, or 2 home runs in that start that accounted for all 3 runs that he gave up. It was Dozier and Plouffe that hit the home runs.
1 ball, 1 strike. Trevor Plouffe 6 for 13 to start the year. So like the guy batting in front of him, Chris Colabello, he's off to a tremendous start. 2 guys who really feasted on Chicago pitching in the Windy City. Salazar gets ahead. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Swung on and missed. He struck him out. But the Twins strike first. They get a pair. Now Jason Kipnis and the Indians will take their hacks when we come back. McDonald's, I'm loving it. By your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Buy Panini's, get overstuffed at Panini's Bar and Grill. And buy Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. 2-0 Minnesota. Here's Terry Francona starting lineup for the Cleveland Indians, brought to you by Progressive. Nigel Morgan in the leadoff spot, followed by Nick Swisher, then Jason Kipnis. Carlos Santana batting cleanup, followed by Michael Brantley and Asdrubal Cabrera. David Murphy bats 7th, and Yan Gomes and Lonnie Chisenhall. Mike Pelfrey fires a first pitch strike into Morgan. Two quick strikes, and it's 0-2. Pelfrey, Twins right-handed starter, goes 6'7" and almost 250 pounds. And off the plate.
Well, the big guy won 5 games for him last year. He was 5-13 with a 5.19 ERA. Got it.
Called out on strikes as Morgan. He thought that was not a strike. Chris Conroy, though, rings him up.
Let's check out the Kia Twins defense behind Pelfrey today. Willingham in left, Hicks in center, Arcia in right. Klug at third, Floryman at short, Dozier at second, Mauer is at first, Kurt Suzuki behind the plate.
That's fouled away by Nick Swisher. Swisher 2 out of 13 to start the year. Upstairs, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, you can see Pelfrey's not afraid to throw inside. He pitches from the extreme left side of the rubber or the first base side of it. And you mentioned 6'7", and you see he went inside to Morgan, and he's not afraid to go inside to the left-handers, and he sinks it.
Chopped to the second baseman, Dozier, for out number 2.
So our GMC starting pitcher, Mike Pelfrey, as I mentioned, 5-13 last year. This is his 4th start against the Indians. He's pitched well. He's 1-0 and a 2.16 ERA against the Tribe in his career. He's a guy who doesn't give up a lot of home runs. He gave up only 13 in 152 and 2/3 innings. Keeps the ball in the ballpark, and you can see he will pitch inside.
Now Jason Kipnis. And he takes a strike. Lays off the pitch up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Kipnis all smiles earlier today, signing a long-term contract extension. Joining his teammates, Michael Brantley and Yan Gomes, who've already done so this year.
And you know, nowadays, you want to sign it. Once the season starts, most players don't want the distraction of the ongoing negotiations. So they were able to get a couple of them done. Gomes when we were in Oakland, and of course on the off day, 3 games into the year, you get Kipnis done, which is, I think, terrific.
Check the swing, and it glances off the bat to even the count at 2-2. Chris Antonetti said it wasn't the first time they had approached Jason about getting something done. He said 3rd time was the charm. They were able to find that common ground, get the right value line, and Jason is thrilled to sign on the dotted line and get it all finished. Now the 2-2. Swung out and missed. Mike Pelfrey with a good first inning for Minnesota. The Twins lead it 2-0 after 1. Cleveland Indians baseball is brought to you by your Northeast Ohio Honda dealers, by the Cleveland Clinic. Call today for an appointment today. And by the Northeast Ohio Ford dealers. Twins lead the Indians 2-0, second inning here at Progressive Field. Just underway. And for Minnesota, Oswaldo Arcia will lead off. Just 1 out of 14 on the campaign.
He's got everything covered up, doesn't he?
.54 degrees the game time temperature. I mean,
It's
it's
not
chilly,
that
but it's
cold.
not.
Well, I don't know, man. Where does he live in the off season? I guess they just came off a series in Chicago where it was extremely cold.
Yeah.
You know, I watched some of the game they played yesterday, and it did look very chilly, windy. But I don't think it's that chilly here today.
Fouled right back by Arcia. Arcia has definitely showed some promise last year. He's just 22 years old. Venezuelan product. He had 4 hits in the game against the Red Sox last year. He had a 6 RBI game. Swung out and missed. Salazar ran it up and in and punches him out. Second straight strikeout for Salazar, 1 down in the inning.
Hitting 7th for Minnesota.
This season, Saturday baseball comes to America's newest sports network, Fox Sports 1. It all starts tomorrow at 1 o'clock when the Twins take on the Indians. Then at 4, the Giants are in L.A. to battle the Dodgers. To find Fox Sports 1 on your cable satellite provider, go to foxsports1.com. Now Kurt Suzuki, the new Minnesota catcher. Suzuki off to a great start. He swung the bat well, going 5 for 10 at the plate.
Well, we remember Kurt from the Oakland A days. You know, he's not a big guy. He does a nice job handling the pitchers. Spent a year in Washington, but does a nice job, and you know, he can swing the bat.
Durable. Since 08, he's played the 4th most games behind the dish.
And when you look at his body, he doesn't look like your typical catcher. You know what I mean? Catchers are big guys that they look like, you know, heavy-legged guys.
Thick guys.
Right.
Not much to Suzuki. Guys who have that catcher's build, Yadier Molina, Russell Martin, they're on that list ahead of him, as is A.J. Pierzynski. And then Suzuki, who's been durable. Salazar's had a couple of very close pitches in this at-bat, but they've been just out of the strike zone.
Upstairs.
And once again, he's missed up high with it. That's his first walk.
For the Twins, hitting 8, center fielder number 32.
For Danny, it's imperative he commands the fastball. He is primarily a fastball pitcher with the secondary pitches a work in progress. So when you start falling behind, you can't get to those secondary pitches because they want you to throw that fastball for strike. The one hitter before this inning that he was ahead of was Trevor Plouffe. He ended up striking him out. He had a 1-2 count. When you fall behind, the hitters, they get very selective, and you better, I don't care how good your fastball is, you still got to hit a quality spot with it.
Now Aaron Hicks. Off-speed pitch in there for a strike.
Changeup.
Hit inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Hicks 4 for 11 to start the year at the plate. Second straight year he's made the Twins opening day roster. That's hit pretty well to right field, but back is Murphy. He's got plenty of room. And he'll make the catch, 2 down. Ninth batter in Minnesota's lineup today is Pedro Florimon. Florimon, the Minnesota shortstop, last year hit 9 home runs, which doesn't sound like a lot, but for Twins shortstops of late, it's quite a few when you consider that the 9 home runs Florimon hit last year are the most by a Twins everyday shortstop since Christian Guzman hit 10 back in 2001. Swung on and missed. A little piece of it right into the glove of Yan Gomes. 1-1 to count. There's that changeup, and it floats high. Not wildly high, but they're just up out of the strike zone, just over the top ridge. And Chris Conroy has already shown he's not going to call that. That was right down in the heart of the strike zone. Florimon fouling it off to stay alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 down and a runner at first here in the second inning. And Minnesota out in front early 2-0. Through the hole in the left field. So Florimon on a 2-2 count just punches one the other way, and the Minnesota Twins have 2 on with 2 out.
You know, that pitch selection there, if you look at the pitch before that one where he tied him up with a fastball inside, I mean, he jammed him. But what's he do? He goes downstairs, and you can see the glove of Gomes come back in, and he just slaps it to go the other way. An easy pitch for Florimon. He handled it well, got a base hit.
So far this season, and granted it's 3 games, but this is where Minnesota has made hay offensively. They batted .324 through the first 3 games with men in scoring position. 7th best in all of the major leagues. Dozier got the key double to start the game for Minnesota today. Came around to score their first run. He does a good job of putting the bat on the ball. He had 18 home runs last year.
But when Florimon was at the plate and you watch Salazar, watch how he jams him with this fastball in. Now, to give him any swinging room, it's a little mistake, but that ball was way down. And it was just easy for him to just take it the other way.
Hammered in the left field. That's a base hit. Charging hard is Brantley. Coming around third. They're going to wave Suzuki home. Here's a throw to the plate. Gomes got it. He is out at the plate. Michael Brantley picks up right where he left off last year with that tremendous throwing arm in left field. And he denies the Twins a chance to add to their lead here in the second inning. Minnesota out in front 2-0. Bottom of the second inning, it will be Carlos Santana, Michael Brantley, and Asdrubal Cabrera due up for Cleveland. Mike Pelfrey set him down 1-2-3 in the first inning, and he looked very sharp, striking out 2. Minnesota shifts 3 on the right side of the infield. And Santana takes outside, ball 1. Carlos 3 for 11 to start the year with a double and a run batted in. Inside he missed. 2-0. Three balls, no strikes. Santana always patient at the plate, has a terrific eye.
Good eye and goes deep into the counts.
Count on him being among the league leaders in drawing walks. Takes a strike. Some guys, you look at what they do in spring training and say, oh, so-and-so is swinging the bat really well. He's ready for the year. With Santana, it might have been that eye. He had 8 walks in his last 5 spring training games. That tells you he was starting to get locked in. 3-2 count here. And hit on the ground right at the second baseman, Dozier. And Santana retired. 1 away. Our great clip of the game from Wednesday, Michael Brantley with the game winner out in Oakland. Drove in the tying run and the go-ahead run with that base hit in the right field as the Indians would come from behind to beat Oakland 6-4. Now Brantley bats with the bases empty here in the second inning.
And this is about as straight up as you're going to see a defense play.
Brantley drives one deep left field. Willingham back, and he will make the catch.
And Wind knocked that down.
Did it ever.
Yep. He hit it much better than that, and it's almost like it's knocking it down to left field, and it's got a nice little carry over to right.
Take a look back at how Michael Brantley ended the top half of the second inning with a terrific throw to Yan Gomes.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Get another look from our slow-mo cam brought to you by Wendy's.
Plenty of time, and Suzuki's dead. You know, with 2 outs, you force guys early in the year to make good throws. And Michael Brantley made a good throw, but you know what? He did it all last year. He made good throws all season long to second base, home plate, wherever.
Now Asdrubal Cabrera with 2 down and the bases empty. Minor to second, and the Indians go 1-2-3. 2 complete. Minnesota 2, Cleveland 0. Minnesota out to an early 2-0 lead as we go to the third inning. It will be Joe Mauer, Josh Willingham, and Chris Colabello due up for the Twins. Minnesota got a pair of runs in the first inning. Off Danny Salazar, a sac fly and a solo home run. And Joe Mauer looks at a strike over the outside corner.
Boy, you can hear that wind, let alone see it. But I mean, it is it's swirling around here, boy.
Well, 22-mile-an-hour sustained winds, gusting up to 35 miles an hour.
You know, I always used to say I'd rather play in anything but the windy conditions because it affects everything. Your hearing. You know, if you're communicating out there and you have to call for something, the crack of the bat, it makes it very difficult.
Swung on and missed. Nice job of changing speeds by Salazar. And he gets ahead 1-2.
Well, here's a well-located changeup, and you don't see Mauer. You can see it going down. That had good movement to it. And it looked like it was nice and easy and free for Salazar.
Fastball hit on the ground to short. Cabrera backhands it. And Mauer is out number 1. Take a look at today's injury report brought to you by the attorneys at Elk and Elk. A couple of guys chomping at the bit to get off the disabled list. Jason Giambi and Michael Bourne.
Both will be eligible tomorrow, I think, to come off the DL. Now, whether that happens or not, we'll have to wait and see because Bourne was on there supposed to play, but they've had some weather issues.
He was supposed to play in Columbus yesterday, but I don't believe they ever got the game going.
Right.
So you're right, Rick. It may just take a while to get some game action from Michael Bourne. And then the question for Jason Giambi, he didn't really have a spring. But how much does how much spring does he need?
Well, yes, we'll have to wait and see.
Josh Willingham looks at the ball inside. It's 2-0. Willingham drove in the Twins' first run with a sac fly to center field. Popped foul out of play. Willingham's a good hitter. Certainly better than what he showed a year ago. Popped up. And this will probably get out of play, and it will. Here you get a look at Willingham's numbers, and last year dipping all the way down to 208 with just the 14 home runs. Now, Target Field will take some power away, but you see in
not that much.
2012 he hit 35 dingers. That's a dramatic decline. Now the 2-2. Popped him up. Santana got to move the feet on a windy day, and he does. 2 down. Talks about the Indians injury report. Michael Bourne, Jason Giambi both on the mend. Katie Witham has more on Big G.
Yeah, Matt, it looked like Jason Giambi had a little more pep in his step in the clubhouse today. He told me physically he's feeling very good, but unfortunately the rain in both Oakland and here in Cleveland has set him back in terms of what types of baseball activities he can do. He's pretty much been limited to the cages only. He told me he was going to sit down and talk with Terry Francona today to decide whether or not he'd need a rehab start or not. But remember, guys, last year he did not have one, came back and made an impact.
Chris Colabello grounds out to end the inning. The Twins go 1-2-3, and we'll go to the bottom half of the third, 2-0 Minnesota. Back here at Progressive Field, celebrating 20 years of baseball in this gorgeous home of the Cleveland Indians. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning, and of course we're joined now by Mike Hargrove, who was here when this ballpark was open in 1994. Rick and I were showing some of the highlights from that very first game, and I mean, that was a roller coaster ride of a game.
You think? We went from total panic to total joy, so it was it was a lot of fun. That was a special day.
Can you believe it's been 20 years already?
You know, somebody asked me that the other day, Arch, and I told them, I said, you know, it's obviously time goes fast, but this ballpark has really aged well.
Yeah,
I mean,
I agree.
It doesn't look 20 years old, and you know, I had to count back when they said the 20th year, and I had to count back to make sure they weren't lying to me. But yeah, it's a good ballpark.
Murphy slowly chopped up the middle, but the shortstop Florimon there to throw him out, one down. Bring up Yan Gomes. You know, you think back to that first game, and you talk about how it went from total panic to total jubilation. You got Randy Johnson out there. At that point in time, he was just about at the apex of his career, throwing a no-hitter. And you probably were thinking to yourself, this isn't the way we want to open the ballpark.
You know, I had two thoughts in my mind. Gosh, we've got to get a hit. And second of all, I'm sure was glad I wasn't having to do the hitting.
Yeah, right.
He's nasty.
Yes,
he was nasty.
Well, I'll tell you, it ended in a way that so many games did when you were here managing, you know, walk-off fashion in the bottom half of the inning. And it seemed like it was year after year and game after game that used to happen here. That used to be the Jacobs Field magic, wasn't it?
Well, it did, yeah. And you know, the guys finally convinced me that there was something special going on when David Cohn came in with Toronto and was ahead of us 8-0 in the second inning, and we came back and beat him. I kind of started believing that.
Yeah, Paul Sorrento hit that home run in right field.
Yeah.
I can remember it well.
Yan Gomes bangs it to third. Trevor Plouffe throws him out, 2 down. Mike, did you even know what a walk-off win was? Did they even call them walk-off wins back in the mid-'90s yet?
I don't know. We did a lot of walking off. So, I don't remember. I really don't remember, them paying attention. I know that we started, the headbanging they do at the plate nowadays.
Yeah, right.
Our guy started that. The fact is, I told him, I said, you might want to key that down just a tad.
Yeah.
Somebody came out
concussions going on back
bloody
then.
noses and broken necks.
That was game one. The highlight, Sandy's first hit, and then Kirby getting the game winner.
You know, the thing that struck me earlier today, Mike, Jason Kipnis, Michael Brantley, guys who signed long-term contracts, were talking about the fact that other players are coming up to them now and saying, man, we watch you guys are having fun. We can tell you're having fun. I know we don't want to compare any team to those mid-'90s teams, but that's the way that team played. They had a lot of fun, but they took care of their business.
Yeah, they did take care of their business. And we heard the same thing. At the end of the 93 season, I had I say a lot, I had 2 or 3 managers and 4 or 5 opposing players come up to me and talk about the fact that we had a good ball club and look for us to be tough to beat in the future. So that was cool.
Thanks a lot for stopping by.
My
Appreciate it.
pleasure.
Mike Hargrove, former Tribe skipper, as the Indians trail the Twins 2-0. Just a reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in today's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. Well, Danny Salazar has made 50 pitches through the first 3 innings. His counterpart, Mike Pelfrey, has made just 27. Plouffe, first ball swinging, drives one to left, and Michael Brantley has it. And that's good for Salazar. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Well, you can cheat in if you're a left fielder today. That wind is knocking everything down. That ball was hit much better than it looked. And you see how he caught it at the end? He pushed it down.
Yeah, these aren't conditions that you're able to replicate in spring training.
Well, you know what? The wind sometimes, yes. But they have blue skies and sunshine out there. And you're certainly not getting that here today.
Arcia first ball swinging, and he drives one to left. And Brantley, you can see by the angles he's taking, and this is a very good, one of the best left fielders in the game. And even he's kind of stutter stepping and not sure, is it going to carry? Oh, the wind's knocking it down.
Yeah, it does funny things.
A little tricky out there today.
You always, after every hitter, when you're an outfielder, actually any position, you look up and check the flags. It still may be doing something different out on the field than the flags say, but you still have to look and keep your eye on the wind.
Well, that Indians fan the flag is wrapped around the pole a couple of times.
Well, the last 3 pitches that Salazar has made have turned into 3 outs.
He's loving that.
Well, yeah, they're going after that second time through, saying, I'm going to jump on that first fastball.
That looked like a pretty good pitch, but called ball 1 to Kurt Suzuki.
And then you have to take a pitch here if you're Suzuki. If the first 2 guys make out on 2 pitches, you can't give him a 3-pitch inning.
No, and he walked his first time. That's upstairs, 2-0. Salazar's uniform is flapping in the wind. Upstairs, 3-0. Bullseye at the knees with a strike fastball on the outside part of the plate. 3-1 to count. Wants the same pitch, and it's a full count now on Suzuki. And the payoff pitch, ball 4. Let's pause now for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning, Katie Witham here today at Progressive Field, where the Indians trail the Twins 2-0. We are in the 4th inning. Minnesota with 2 down, a runner at first, and Aaron Hicks, the batter, fly to right, his only time up. Again, it's up high, ball 1. Boy, it's a fine line between what's a top of the zone strike and what's a ball. And more times than not, Salazar has been on the wrong side of it. That's 60 pitches and
60 pitches, but 6 2-0 counts today.
Pop this one up. Out goes Cabrera, the shortstop, and he makes the catch. And the side is retired. We'll go to the bottom of the 4th here at Progressive Field. It's the Twins 2 and the Indians nothing.
Well, follow the Indians with MLB.com at bat for your iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry 10, or Windows Phone 8. Get scores, stats, highlights, live audio, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Indians.com for the details.
Sold out house here at Progressive Field as the Indians try to get the bats going. First time through the lineup, Mike Pelfrey, perfect. 9 up, 9 down. He's only thrown 27 pitches, and 18 of those have been strikes.
Yeah, he's been able to locate that heater. He's throwing inside the left-handers.
5 ground ball outs, couple of strikeouts. Upstairs, ball 1 to Niger Morgan, who was called out on strikes his first time up. One ball, one strike. Morgan spent last year in Japan with Yokohama. Starting with the Bay Stars January a year ago. Before that, he was with the Milwaukee Brewers. We had previously, of course, seen him when he was with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Right.
1-2 the count as Morgan tries to jumpstart the Indians' offense here in the fourth. Jam job, and it's caught by Plouffe. 1 away. This season, Saturday baseball comes to America's newest sports network, Fox Sports 1. It all starts tomorrow at 1 o'clock as the Twins take on the Indians, and then at 4, the Giants are in L.A. to battle the Dodgers. To find Fox Sports 1 on your cable satellite provider, go to foxsports1.com. Here comes Nick Swisher, who grounded out his only time up in the first. And that was called a strike. Missed outside 1-1. And off the plate, 2 balls and a strike. Last year, Nick Swisher bounced between first base and right field. And Terry Francona would like to keep him out of the outfield this year. Just play him at first, maybe occasionally DH. In the air, center field, Aaron Hicks will make the catch. 1 away. He's going to bring up Jason Kipnis. Kipnis struck out his first time up. In the air, left center field. Ball's not going anywhere over there today. Hicks makes the catch, and the Indians again go 1-2-3. brought to you by Sunnyside Honda. Sunny will save you money. By Levin Furniture. And by Kia. Visit mykiacleveland.com to learn more. 2-0 Minnesota as we go to the 5th inning. For the Twins, Pedro Florimon will lead it off, and then Brian Dozier, followed by Joe Mauer. Danny Salazar starts the inning. 61 pitches on the afternoon. He only needed 11 pitches to get through that 4th inning. Florimon showed bunt, and he took it for a called strike. He had a base hit his first time up.
Yeah, the pitch way down in the strike zone where he gave him a little bit of swinging room.
Bats him away 1-1. Tried to bunt it, and it stayed in the other batter's box, so it's a foul ball. And now Florimon down to the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Danny Salazar, signed by the Indians back in 2006 by the brother of former Indians catcher Einar Diaz. He grew up in the town of Cabrera, located on the northern coast of the Caribbean island of the Dominican Republic. Struck him out. Salazar gets his 3rd strikeout, 1 down here in the 5th. Time now for a Mazda game break, and we'll go back to the studios. Here's Al Pawlowski.
Hey, Matt, Rick, the Detroit Tigers continue to just roll along as they win their 3rd straight game to begin the year. And Miguel Cabrera was 4 for 5 today. Here in the 8th, a 2-run homer. That's the 2,000th hit of his career. 10-4 is the final. Tigers top the O's today in Motown. Matt?
How many hits you suppose he'll have by the time that contract that he just signed is over? Cabrera signing a 10-year contract extension with the Tigers during spring training. Brian Dozier, 2 for 2. He has doubled, singled, and scored a run. Looks at a fastball outside. Danny Salazar, I was mentioning, who grew up in the small town of Cabrera. But he's one of the first big leaguers to come out of that town. Last year, when Danny made it to the big leagues, they would fans would all get together in a local park and set up a big screen, and everybody would gather around and watch the game. 2-1 pitch.
Watch one of your own dealing at big league level. That's beautiful.
It was such a big deal. They followed all the way through the 1-game playoff, and when he got back home, they had a parade, and he said they put me up on a car and everything.
Oh, yeah?
That's obviously a pretty big deal for him.
Yeah, it's for anybody.
Sure. 2-2. Just hacked at it, got a piece to stay alive.
They did that for you down in Ashland. Pitched that one game, that shutout for 9 innings in Little League, and came home and they had you on the horse and carriage bringing you through Main Street.
More like they rode me out of town on a horse. The 2-2. Line to right field. Dozier with a base hit.
Yeah, he's hot. He's swinging it well. 3 hits on the night.
3 of the 5 Minnesota hits have come off the bat of Brian Dozier. Time now for you to tweet your photo using hashtag IndiansFanPhoto for a chance to have it shown on our telecast later today. It's all brought to you by AT&T. One on, one out. Here's Joe Mauer. He's 0 for 2. He's flied to deep left, and he is also grounded out. Dozier does run well. He already has a stolen base on the year. Mauer looks at a strike. And that'll be interesting to see how that evolves for Minnesota. If you've got a guy that can run in front of Mauer, you might want to leave the hole open, but the way he goes to the opposite field, you might want to steal and get in the scoring position.
Well, you could do that, but you know what? You give him a chance. He's a patient guy. He takes a lot of pitches. Mauer's a guy that can hit with 2 strikes. And usually, if you get to 2 strikes ahead of him, you're going to throw him breaking balls, and that may be a better time to run, because you have a chance to bounce it or an off-speed pitch. But giving him the hole early, he's going to take pitches. Unless you know you can absolutely steal a base, then you go.
Jon Gomes did a tremendous job of shutting down the opposing running game a year ago.
Well, and that's another thing. The catcher behind the dish can stop you from running and stealing bases if you pay enough attention to that guy and just give him an opportunity, because he delivers that ball to second base with 1.8 seconds to second, which is about as good as you can do.
Mauer smokes it to deep center.
You can hit a gap.
Up against the wall, Morgan plays it. Coming around third, Dozier's going to be held.
That surprised me.
The Twins have runners at second and third with 1 out.
I thought they were going to take a chance and send him right there. That would have taken 2 very good throws to get him, and Dozier can run. But with 1 out, you have a 2-0 lead. You certainly want to make sure. And I mean, he just drilled that ball into the alley. And here comes Dozier around second. By the time they get the ball, I thought they were going to try and send him, but they know they're base runners. He wanted to make sure.
Meanwhile, Mickey Callaway's going to make his first visit to the mound to talk with Salazar. He's in some trouble here, down 2-0. And Minnesota threatening with runners at second and third and only 1 out. And he's got the 3 and 4 hitters coming up from Minnesota.
Well, that's the one reason. As a third base coach, anytime you get an opportunity, you will try and send them. But as you mentioned earlier, when your hitters, which the Minnesota Twins hitters are in the first 3 games of the season, hitting with runners in scoring position, you don't have to try and force runners. You trust what's going on.
Yep.
There's going to be times through the course of the year where, in a situation, I think he would have sent him in that situation because you were struggling to score runs and the guys haven't been hitting. But the first 3 games, they have been.
Willingham drove in a run with a sac fly in the first, popped up on the infield his last time up. Infield drawn in for the Cleveland Indians.
Well, and remember, they already had a guy thrown out at home plate by Michael Brantley, so you don't want to do it more than once in this ball game.
Salazar has struck out 3. He could use another one right here.
Well, they've had their opportunities. There's no doubt about it. The only 1, 2, 3 innings Salazar had was the 3rd.
Already his 75th pitch of the day, and it's up high, 2-0. He's thrown more strikes than balls, but he has consistently had a tougher time throwing strikes consistently. And they're going to intentionally walk Willingham now that they've fallen behind him 2-0. They're going to load the bases.
Well, they're going to go for that double play ball is what they're going to do. And when you look at Danny, he's a fly ball pitcher. He has 1 ground ball out today.
And it was Chris Colabello. No, he's got a couple. Colabello and Mauer both grounded out.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. We're back in the 3rd inning when he had the 1, 2, 3.
But that was what he did in the first inning. He smoked one, and it went out of here for a solo home run back in the first inning.
That came off the breaking ball that a little spinner that stayed up out over the plate.
What we've seen so far here today, it's easier said than done, but he's got to get ahead. When he's fallen behind, that's when he's really had his trouble.
Absolutely, because he has to go with that fastball. He can't, try and trick anybody.
Line to second, caught by Kipnis, but everybody gets back to the bags. 2 down.
That one right on the nose, but Kipnis right in his tracks. Picks it up off his shoe tops, and that was the liner, hit hard. The base runners really had no chance to do anything. They froze. But that ball was hit right on the nose, so a break for Salazar and the Indians. They get the 2nd out. Now a chance to get out of the inning.
Trevor Plouffe, the batter, 0 for 2. He has struck out, flied out. Low, ball 1. Nowhere to put him for Salazar, who has walked 3, 1 intentionally on the day. He might have chased one. That's that pitch that so far today has, for the most part, been called a ball, but it's right there, borderline at the top of the strike zone.
But Matt, watch the hitter. See, they see that ball better than anything. That's right above the belt. It might have been a little high, but as the hitter, you get after it, and he just fouled that one straight back. Nothing wrong with swinging with that because that's a pitch you can elevate. But right there, he just can't get the bat head out in front because Salazar has a little too much steam on it.
Activity in the Indians bullpen. Left-hander Josh Outman getting loose. Salazar trying to get through this 5th inning and keep the Indians in it. They trail 2-0 as Minnesota is threatening, though, with the bases loaded and 2 down.
Well, at this point in the game, you've got to get out of it.
Bounced it in there. Good block by Yan Gomes.
Yeah, the Indians yet to get a hit, so you don't want it to get out of control here. And a 2-out base hit. That's what Minnesota's been doing. Getting some hits with runners in scoring position early this year.
Big pitch in the at-bat right here, the 2-2. And it's up high. You didn't really want to go to a full count. But that's what he's put himself into.
Well, now you know you got to get a fastball here if you're Trevor Plouffe. I don't see him throwing a changeup or a slider in this situation. So get geared up for number 1. And he went after a couple of pitches up in the zone. We'll see if he gets another one up there.
Runners will be off on the 3-2 pitch. Fastball hit on the ground to Kipnis at second. He gathers, he throws, got him. Salazar escapes a big jam here in the 5th inning to keep it a 2-0 ball game. And now we'll see if Carlos Santana can get the Indians offense going when we come back. 2-0, bottom of the 5th. It will be Carlos Santana, Michael Brantley, and his Dribble Cabrera.
We had that one guy in short sleeve shirts. These people are under blankets. And this guy has been awfully tidy in this game with as far as his pitch count goes.
Outside, he missed ball 1. Santana did work the count his first time up, went to 3-2, but ultimately just a little weak ground ball to second base. And Pelfrey in there with a strike.
You know, he's just moved his fastball around. He's been able to pitch inside with his four-seamer, and then he has that little two-seamer he can throw away.
Foul right back to the screen. Belfry with a 1-2. Outside, he missed 2 balls and 2 strikes. Santana in and out of the glove of Suzuki.
Ooh, close.
Stays alive.
Thing just wiggled out of that glove. I thought he had it. But boy, those things, they just stick. You see, it got him just over there in the crease of that glove, and it just didn't stick. So Santana ends up staying alive. That's a break for him. See if he can take advantage of it.
Just missed in a full count. I think everybody flinched. Santana flinched. The umpire flinched.
Good pitch. He's been in there. Good pitch. He's going right back in there. And I'll tell you, that didn't miss by much. And Suzuki, you see him framing it, letting Chris Conroy see it.
And the payoff. Santana lines it down the right field line. Fair ball and into the corner it goes. The Indians have their first hit of the game. And Santana slides into second base with a leadoff double.
Well, this one came down and it got a little bit more out of the plate. This will be our McDonald's. I'm loving it. You see, it was right there. And Carlos able to drop the bat head on it, keep it fair, and hit it down into the corner. He will get his second double of the year and the very first hit for the Indians, getting the inning started. Let's see if they can get something rolling here in the fifth.
Arcia made a good strong throw towards second base. But Santana able to get in just ahead of it. Now Michael Brantley, who lined out to left his first time up. He hit the ball hard, but you just don't want to hit it to left field today.
Or in the air. Better have a line drive stroke.
Right back up the middle. Pelfrey knocks it down. Santana's caught between second and third. And Pelfrey throws it. Santana's trying to stay in the rundown long enough, and he does, to get Brantley to second base. So at least he did his job to allow Michael Brantley to get into scoring position.
Well, he did, and he shouldn't have really been caught right there. But as you say, once you are, his job is to get into that rundown and let Brantley get to second base. You got to make sure that ball gets past the pitcher. You know, you're down 2 runs. It did not. But once he was able to get Pelfrey to throw that ball, that's enough to get Brantley into scoring position. So on the base running mistake, at least he did come back and do his job to get Brantley in second, and they trade positions.
And now up comes Asdrubal Cabrera. Cabrera, soft liner to second base. He's only 10. As the Indians try to break through here against Mike Pelfrey.
Well, these fans want somebody to score a run. They want to get warm, get up off their seats.
Minnesota's big right-hander retired the first 12 in a row to start the game before the double by Santana. And Asdrubal Cabrera, 2 out of 11 to start the year. Inside corner, another strike, and it's 0-2. And Pelfrey, for the most part, has been ahead of the count today.
Well, and then he's dotting the I on that inside fastball. It's coming back on the plate. That's that one that locks up left-handers. That's why he has had success today against the Indians hitters. They've given up on that pitch, and it comes back over the inside corner. Good pitch.
Fouled out of play. That's been really the right-handed pitcher's equalizer for left-handed batters. The ability to throw whatever you want to call it, a front hip sinker, comebacker. It's a little two-seam fastball that starts off the plate. Left-handed hitters, a lot of times they give up on it, and it runs back over the inside corner.
If you miss with that pitch, you miss inside.
You better.
You know what? That's not a pitch, and he's done a beautiful job of that today. He's either hit with it or he's missed in off the plate. As a pitcher, you don't want to miss on the plate with that pitch because they could hit it out. But I think that's one reason why he doesn't give up a lot of home runs, man. He's not afraid to pitch left-handers inside, the big guy. 6'7", as you say, pitches from the first base side of the rubber, and he can get it into lefties. Sun coming out now.
Yeah, how do you like that? Breaking the clouds. Some blue sky up there. 0-2 the count on Cabrera with 1 out, and Brantley in scoring position at second base. Right back over the screen. He had a pitch to hammer.
Yes, he did.
And he couldn't quite square it up.
That's the one. You don't want to foul that pitch off. But he did. And when you're down, so you get a little more defensive as a hitter. But that's probably one of the worst pitches he made today, and he got away with it.
See, a lot of folks have cleared out of that upper section in right field because that's where the wind is just whipping right through there. The 0-2. Ooh, nice grab by Suzuki. That one was headed to the backstop. Off, it's up high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Cabrera working himself back into the count here.
You can see, boy, when those hitters, even when you have the gloves on, he's blowing into them to still get a feel for those hands and keep them warm. So that wind whipping down there must be much colder for those players than what it looks like.
Humphrey's already made more pitches this inning than in any other thus far today. Up high, a full count.
Well, very good at bat for Cabrera. Down in the count 0-2, able to work it to a full count.
With a set. And the payoff pitch. Knocked him up. Up goes Florimone. In comes Hicks. Hicks calls for it and makes the catch. 2 down. So pretty good at bat for Cabrera, but nothing to show for it in the end. And then we'll bring up David Murphy.
Well, get access to the best seats and the best prices for all 2014 games by becoming an Indian season ticket holder. Receive the lowest prices and access to Tribe Rewards. Log on to Indians.com.
Now here's David Murphy. Outside to Pelfrey for ball 1.
You know, Pelfrey last year, when you look at him, did a better job against facing left-handers than righties. I mean, he only gave up a .270 batting average to left-handers, .337 to right-handers. So that little comebacker on the inside part of the plate keeps everybody honest.
Suzuki out to talk with the right-handed starter who has a 2-0 lead, and the Indians have their only base runner of the game right now, Michael Brantley at second base.
Well, and here's Suzuki, a guy that has played over in the Western Division with Oakland, knowing David Murphy, I'm sure, with Texas, knowing how he would like to go after him and pitch him in a situation like this.
Murphy owns a career on-base percentage of .337. Off to a 2-for-9 start this year at the plate. Way outside. It's 2-0. Yan Gomes would be next. Back out of play. Got some sun to deal with in the outfield for Arcia, the right fielder, primarily. And then you've got Hicks in center field who might have to deal with it, but more than anything, it's going to be the right fielder, Arcia. And the ball hit right at him. Out of play to the left. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 down and a runner at second here in the 5th, and the Indians trailing it 2-0. Terry Francona's bunch have been handcuffed thus far by Mike Pelfrey. Big right-hander has been throwing that sinker. And he's tied up the left-handed hitters for the most part. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So, 5 complete. It remains Minnesota 2, Cleveland nothing. Twins on top 2-0 as we go to the 6th inning of play, and it's time now for our Buick stat of the game. Back on April 4th, 1994, the Indians' first ever game here at Jacobs Field. They won in 11 innings. Wayne Kirby had the game-winning hit. Since then, over 47 million have attended ball games here at Progressive Field. And time now for our sound of the game, brought to you by Hear Right Audiology. And Katie Witham is standing by with a young lady who was born on that day.
Well, Matt, we are celebrating Progressive Field's 20th anniversary to the day. I am here with John Bosso and Dee, who are celebrating Dee's 20th anniversary to the day as well. Why come out here today?
Well, we came out because Dee was born on April 4th, 1994, when the field opened. She was born at 10:10 a.m. in the morning, and at 1 o'clock, Dad was here watching the first pitch.
I love it. I know you said you brought her to Progressive Field early on, so she's been a baseball fan pretty much from day one.
She's been at games when she was 2.5. She got a foul ball from David Justice back in about 97, 98. That was a big thrill for her. Dropped a bag of peanuts getting the ball. She was very upset about the peanuts.
For you, there's no better way to celebrate your birthday than to be here today, right?
Exactly. I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and then when I found out opening day was on my birthday, this was my first choice of what to do.
I love it. And she's experiencing her first opening day ever. It's going to be a good one for now, though. We'll send it back up to you, Matt.
Thanks, Kate. I'm glad they finally let her talk there. Good for her. Oswaldo Arcia, swing and a miss, and a count 0-2. Arcia, you see there, it is 1 out of 16 to start the year. And he softly lines one into center field for just his second hit of the season on an 0-2 pitch.
Now it's hit number 7 now given up by Salazar, and there's a changeup out over the plate. He was able to keep his hands back enough to get it, just serve it into center field.
So Minnesota has their leadoff man aboard. It's only the second time today Minnesota's had their leadoff man aboard.
Yeah, but the first time it didn't work too good because they scored in the first. Leadoff double by Dozier.
Kurt Suzuki has walked twice, and he's going to try to bunt. He misfired a good throw. They had him, but it's a little bit offline, and Swisher did a good job to come off and scoop it.
Yeah, you watch. He gets off there, and with the arm of Yan Gomes, if that's a good throw, he might be able to get him. But short hopped him.
And a 1-0 count on Suzuki, although it almost looked like he offered at that first pitch, but able to pull the bat back. Strike called, 1-1 to count.
Suzuki, a guy too that if they wanted to, Gardenhire could start the runner because he can handle a bat well enough to drop a hit and run down and hit it on the ground. He squared around that first time up, maybe just to draw in Santana at third base. But when you have a 2-0 lead, you can go ahead and take a gamble.
Rips it right back to the screen. Suzuki had 3 runs batted in on opening day for Minnesota. The first Twin to do that since Shannon Stewart did it against the Indians back in 2004. 10 years ago. Go down to first. This time it's a little bit high. And Arcia able to get back in time. The masked man. Speed pitch down and in. 2-2. Salazar, you see there, just over 90 pitches in the ballgame. Chop foul, third base side. See how Terry Francona plays this, but if he gets Suzuki, he might give him one more hitter. If he doesn't retire him, he's almost certainly out of the game. Left-hander Josh Outman in the bullpen. There he go. He did not, says first base umpire Jordan Baker. And a full count.
He thought about it, but he was able to hold up.
Arcia takes off. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. Thrown on to second base. Double play. Salazar got Suzuki to chase one. And then Yan Gomes throw a dart down to second base to retire Arcia to get the double play.
Yeah, it was a good fastball away. It was a late tardy swing. And then look at Gomes, throws the perfect strike. Arcia, as he is tagged on the shoulder before he even gets close. And that's going to do it for Danny Salazar. As Terry Francona comes out and removes him from the ball game.
Salazar goes 5 2/3 innings today. And he is trailing 2-0. Time now for today's Cleveland Clinic call to the bullpen. And it's left-hander Josh Outman when we come back. Danny Salazar's first outing of the season goes 5 2/3. Gave up 2 runs. Both of those runs were in the first inning. At one point he retired 5 in a row, but never really got into a consistent groove today. But hey, battled his way into the 6th inning, and with 2 down, Josh Outman, the left-hander, takes over. That's the best thing you can say about Salazar today is that, he didn't have great command. You could tell he was struggling to throw his fastball consistently for strikes, but he never caved in. And
again, he wasn't. It was like the last couple of pitchers, weren't able to pitch in front in the count consistently. Yeah. That's the big key for a young pitcher.
Santana throws out Hicks. And the side is retired. We'll go to the last half of the 6th. It remains 2-0 Minnesota. Indians with the 2-0 lead as we roll to the bottom of the 6th. Yan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall, and Nyjer Morgan due up for Cleveland. Indians have been shut out on just one base hit so far by Mike Pelfrey, who has struck out 3 and has not walked a batter. He has been the picture of efficiency. Gomes grounded out his only time up back in the 3rd. Up high with a fastball.
Yeah, when you're hitting the bottom part of the lineup and you're into the 6th inning and you're only getting your second at bat, it's not a good day for the offense. It's a good day for that opposing pitcher.
Outside with it, 2-0. Bullseye. 2 balls and a strike. Gomes became the Indians' everyday catcher last year when he just basically played his way into that role. Swung the bat well, threw out base runners, did a good job of handling the staff. And so the decision was made at season's end that he would be the everyday catcher. And then Carlos Santana went to winter ball to work on becoming a third baseman. Now the 2-2. Out of play. Belfry takes his time. And now the 2-2. Full count. Gomes last year threw out 38% of the would-be base stealers, and the pitching staff, the ERA when he was behind the plate was 3.56. Yeah. So he definitely had a big impact.
All right, let's get this fastball. See if you can get something you like and hit it.
He drives it to deep center field. Hicks on the run. He's out of room. It's out of here. Yan Gomes gets the Indians on the board with his first home run of the year. And it slices the Minnesota lead in half at 2-1.
It's a good word, slices, because it sliced through that wind. He hit that ball hard. He got the fastball. He put a great swing on it. And I mean a line drive. This one stayed middle of the plate. When we see the replay, and Gomes was trying to shoot him the other way, he stayed right on it. It knifes through that wind on top of the dugout or bullpen and out of here. The Indians are on the board now with their second hit. It's a 2-1 game.
Now Lonnie Chisenhall grounded out his only time up. Takes up high, ball 1.
And this is a guy that doesn't give up a lot of home runs. We told you that earlier in the game. Yep. So that was a good job by Gomes.
Chisenhall tied up with a high pitch, and it's 1-1.
And that was, through the first 5 innings, Pelfrey had only gone 2-0 to one of the first 15 batters he faced. Well, the last 2 batters he's been 2-0. Well, I don't know if it's tired or what.
Again, he challenges him up at the letters, and Chisenhall swings through it 1-2.
Well, that's a ball Lonnie's got to lay off. He's a good low ball hitter. And he's not going to catch up to that one.
Yan Gomes gets the Indians on the board. Now they're looking for more down a run here in the 6th. This time able to lay off 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Well, it's worth a try, though. If you're Pelfrey, he went up there swinging at it, so keep it up there. Lonnie spit on that one.
Just missed, and a full count.
It's that comeback fastball. It just didn't come back enough. And he's been darn consistent with that today, you know?
Yes, he has.
I think he's been very good with it.
Payoff pitch. That's inside, ball 4. We're going to talk it over on the mound. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball. Underwood, Rick Manning, Katie Witham here at Progressive Field, where the Indians are hosting the Minnesota Twins in the home opener. Twins got 2 in the first. They made it stand up to this point. Indians finally getting on the board here in the bottom of the 6th on the Yan Gomes home run. Now the tying run at first, nobody out. Nyjer Morgan, the batter, 0 for 2. He's going to take it with him. Well bunted. Maurer flips it to first. They get Morgan on the sacrifice. That'll go 3-4. And now the tying run is into scoring position. Good bunt by Morgan. He made Maurer have to field it.
Well, you take it with you. That's a good job to get him in the scoring position. A little shocked he goes head first in there. I mean, the job was to get him to second base. He did his job. So there's the tying run in scoring position. Can they get a hit now?
And now Nick Swisher will be the batter. Swisher 0 for 2 today, 2 for 15 to start the year. Got a chance here to get the Indians back to even with a base hit. It's fouled back out of play. Steps away. Driven to deep right field. Back goes Arcia. See you later. Into the seats for Nick Swisher. A 2-run homer gives the Indians a 3-2 lead.
Boy, he got all of that one. And in this inning, Pelfrey, who did not make a mistake in the first 5 innings, he made a couple in this inning. The one to Gomes and this one right here to Swisher. Look at that. That leaks out over the plate. Swisher knew it. Boy, he crunched it. So a pair of home runs. The Indians on top, 3-2.
Now Jason Kipnis 0 for 2 on the day. Takes down low, ball 1.
That got this crowd into it. Yes, those people that were sitting down are on their feet now. That warmed them up a little bit.
Low again, 2-0. Nick Swisher giving the Indians a huge lift here in the 6th inning. Yan Gomes got it started with a solo dinger. Swisher with a 2-run blast. For the 2nd straight year, Nick Swisher and his wife, the actress Joanna Garcia Swisher, they made a check presentation before the ball game to the Providence House. Tradition spanning more than 30 years here in the Cleveland area. Nick and his wife Joanna committed to donating money to good charitable causes. And he donated a baseball to the fans in right field here in the 6th inning.
Well, that made a lot of people happy, both the check and the home run.
Well, the Indians looking for more, only 1 out in the inning. Kipnis with a 3-0 count. And it's ball 4.
See, and that's what happened. He was ahead of Chisenhall. Couldn't put him away. You know, he ended up walking. And then the sacrifice, a couple of mistakes on the plate, you get the home run, and now he walks Kipnis.
Rick Anderson, pitching coach, going to go out and talk. Here's that pitch. Swisher barreled it up. He knew it was gone the moment it left the bat.
He's already making the OH sign when he's down the first baseline. Look at it. There's the bat toss. There he is. He doesn't have any fun, though, when he plays. That's the one thing about Swish Dog.
Like I said to Katie back in Goodyear, if you could just get him to open up once in a while. But you know what? He's, you know, we did the big feature on Nick that I know a lot of fans have seen on Sports Time Ohio. You know, he is who he is.
That's the real deal.
There is no phony act. That is just who he is. He's like that all the time. And God bless Joanna. Carlos Santana, 1 for 2 with a double. He got the Indians' first hit of the game in the 5th inning.
Boy, this happened. He was, I mean, on cruise control for 5 innings. And then the Gomes leadoff home run, and it did a little damage to him.
Come to think of it, we've talked a lot about the first game ever played in this ballpark. 21 years ago now, on April 4th, 1994. And remember, it was a lot like this one.
Yeah, but they went 8 innings before they got their first hit in that one.
Randy Johnson was dominant. Pelfrey was dominant, but the Indians have finally solved him.
Well, he's shaking in this inning. He's really, now this, for the big man that was just throwing nothing but strikes, is now this will be pitch number 80.
And how many in the inning? 22. Santana takes aim. Up high, 3-0.
Well, when you look, and we said how
8,
tidy he
7,
was.
9, and then all of a sudden 21.
Yeah, they made him work a little bit, but they only had the one hit. It was a leadoff double, so it slowed everything down. He still he had the strikeout to end that inning. But
23 and counting.
23, still just 1 out here.
Ball 4. He's walked back-to-back hitters in the inning.
Will he go get it?
And the Indians will bring up Michael Brantley now, who is 0 for 2 on the day. On Gardenhire's,
he's coming. Yeah,
here he comes.
He saw the wheels come off. Is this the last thing he wanted to do? He had to wait around until he heard from that bullpen, and Pelfrey went 5 1/3 innings, and then 1/3
disastrous. Yeah, how about that?
That's unbelievable.
So Pelfrey exits as the Indians have rallied to take the lead here in the 6th inning. 3-2 Tribe. They've got 2 on, 1 out, and we'll be right back. The Indians have turned the tables on the Twins here in the home opener. They've rallied for 3 here in the inning. They've got 2 on, 1 out. And the new Minnesota pitcher is right-hander Casey Fien. Fien already working in his 3rd game this year. Last year he had 62 strikeouts in his final 58 outings. Career record of 7-4 with a .383 earned run average. He's pitched in the big leagues not only with Minnesota but also with Detroit. The California native will be facing Michael Brantley here with 2 on and 1 out. And Brantley takes a strike.
This has been a long inning for the defenders there for Minnesota, having to stand around.
Well, you think about it, Rick. The first 12 batters, Mike Pelfrey mowed them all down. The Indians were 0 for their first 12. Since then, the last 10 guys he faced, they went 3 for 6 with 3 walks, a couple of home runs.
Yeah, that's the thing, the walks, where he was just pounding the strike zone. And all of a sudden, that leadoff home run did something to him, I think.
Brantley swung and missed. Now he's down to the count. You don't often see Brantley fooled by a pitch.
Well, he's got 2 strikes on him. Now he steps out and he has a little meeting with himself, and he'll get back to it. Be impatient, look for something he can handle, and maybe just drive it between the hole of short and third.
Nothing doing as Kipnis gets back. Kipnis at second, Santana at first. They both walk. All 3 walks allowed by Pelfrey have come in this inning. Like you said, it's like the wheels just came off.
It's like a different guy put that uniform on between the 5th and 6th inning.
1-2. Brantley slices it out of play.
So he's waiting a little bit longer now. He'll foul it off until he gets something to his liking.
Ryan Shaw getting loose in the Indians bullpen. Well, Michael made a point to tell the reporters before today's game, look, we're going to fight you. We're not going to quit. We're going to bring it for all 9 innings every day. One-two. Line into center field. Hits coming in. Makes the chest high catch. Boy, he blistered it right on the barrel of the bat. But right in the tracks of Hicks. Here's more from earlier today from Michael Brantley.
Yeah, Murphy stepped up when we had a meeting and was talking about, playing Cleveland Indians last year. And even, 2 days ago, I was at second base and Nick Punto walked up to me and said, you know what, you guys have fun and you guys are playing real well as a team. It looks fun over there. It looks fun to be a part of, and it is. And, teams know that when we're coming in to compete each and every night. We know that we're going to give us our best effort on the field. Win, lose, or draw, we're going to go out there and play as hard as we can.
That's a great attitude that Michael has.
That's an attitude that almost every one of those guys have.
Yep. Well, let's see if Asdrubal Cabrera can extend the inning with 2 down now. He's 0 for 2 today. Swung out and missed. Cabrera got off to that slow start a year ago. He was 4 for his first 33, 6 for his first 51. That was a .118 batting average through April the 17th. Then he got hot with a 10-game hitting streak. Finished really strong, though. From September 7th through the end of the year, he hit .286 with 15 runs batted and 13 runs scored in his final 22 played. Here's a ground ball to second. And Dozier will throw him out to end the inning. But the Indians fight back with the big ball. Yan Gomes. He goes yard to get the Indians on the scoreboard, and Nick Swisher puts them ahead with a 2-run blast. Here's a look at the ballpark. Now, this was a sold-out house when we began, but that wind has been cutting through the yard like you wouldn't believe, and it sent a lot of people for cover. That's a look at the ballpark from our Panini's Overstuffed cam. So a lot of those people may still be here. They're just huddled.
It was overstuffed earlier.
Yeah, it was overstuffed.
Yeah, but that wind sort of pushed them down somewhere else.
Yeah.
I don't blame them.
I don't think a lot of people have fled the park. I just think they're up underneath. They found some nooks and crannies to take refuge from the wind. And the Tribe has come from behind to take a 3-2 lead now. Josh Outman, who got the final out of the 6th, stays on to start the 7th with Brian Shaw warming in the bullpen. Pedro Florimon, 1 for 2 with a single, takes a strike. Straighten them up. A little bit inside 1-1. Josh Outman, one of the newer members of the Indians, came over from Colorado in exchange for Drew Stubbs. Outman, a left-handed specialist out of the bullpen. Slice to right field. And David Murphy makes the grab, 2 down. Our in-game recap brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Chris Galabella with a solo home run, part of a 2-run first for Minnesota. It stood up until the 6th when the Indians' big bats came up booming. Yan Gomes with his first dinger of the year. Got him on the board, and then Nick Swisher's 2-run smash gave the Tribe a 3-2 lead. And that's where we stand now here in the 7th as Terry Francona goes to his bullpen. Josh Outman 2/3 of perfect relief, and now Brian Shaw will be coming on when we come back. Cleveland in front, 3-2.
Families this year can save with Kids Bank Kids Value tickets. A ticket gets your kid $15 of loaded value for use on concessions or merchandise. Log on to Indians.com today.
One down here in the top half of the 7th inning. Minnesota, top of the order. Brian Dozier, who's a perfect 3 for 3 on the day. And he'll be facing Brian Shaw. Tribe right-hander on for the 2nd time this year. He's worked 2/3 of a scoreless inning. And a slider in there for a strike. Shaw really had a solid season a couple of years ago with Arizona. He pitched in 64 games, had a .349 earned run average, but he really blossomed last year. It's hit foul on a plate on the right side. He worked in 70 games last season. He wound up with 7 wins out of the bullpen and a .324 earned run average. 73 strikeouts in those 75 innings of work.
Slider, cutters. Got a lot of movement on his pitches.
Strike 3 call. What a slider. Locked him up. 2 down. Time once again for a Mazda game break. Back to the studios. Here's Al Pulaski.
Hey, Matt, let's head to Kauffman Stadium. Home opener today for the Royals, taking on the White Sox. Alex Gordon, big hit here in the first inning. Bases loaded. He cleans them off with a double to give the Royals a 3-1 lead at the time. They're now in the bottom of the 8th. Royals still ahead. It's now 7-5. Matt?
Thanks, Al. 2 down here in the 7th. Joe Mauer to the plate. Mauer 1 out of 3 on the day. Mauer doubled to deep center his last time up. What really made Shaw so good a year ago is that Terry Francona used him in different roles. I mean, if he wanted him for a matchup 1 out, boom. If he wanted him for multiple innings, he could do that. And when you got a guy who has the kind of arm that can do that, you got a very valuable guy in your bullpen.
He was very valuable, no doubt. And he's got good stuff, very good stuff.
Crowd thought that one should have been a strike, but it was a little bit high. 1-1. Shaw's still just 26 years of age. Out of play. And he gets ahead now 1-2. Two down, bases empty. And the 1-2 to Mauer. Rolls it over toward the Minnesota dugout.
It's really a pretty good pitch right there where he's trying to run it in on the hands. Mauer just good enough to get a piece and stay alive. He swung over the top of it, but that's a pretty good location because Mauer likes that ball out over the plate where he can just, it's easy for him to take it the other way.
Gardenhire looks on. His team down a run here in the 7th. A 1-2 pitch. And Mauer fouls it off the other way.
That's what he does. He's doesn't try to do too much. Just waits on it.
Shaw ready with a 1-2. Swung out and missed. He got him with a slider down and in. Back-to-back strikeouts for Brian Shaw. And it's time now for the 7th inning stretch, brought to you by Spitzer Auto World. Life is hard. Buying a car shouldn't be. 3-2, Indians on top, bottom of the 7th inning now. For Cleveland, bottom third of the order due up. David Murphy, Yan Gomes, Lonnie Chisenhall, Casey Fiend, who got the final 2 outs of the 6th inning, stays on. One and one to count. Outside, 2-1 for Murphy. Popped him up. Right near the plate.
Got a run.
Suzuki makes the grab in foul ground. 1 away. This season, Saturday baseball comes to America's newest sports network, Fox Sports 1. It all starts tomorrow at 1 as the Twins take on the Indians, and then at 4, the Giants are in LA to battle the Dodgers. To find Fox Sports 1 on your cable satellite provider, go to foxsports1.com. Yan Gomes, 1 for 2. He homered in the 6th. Got the Indians their first run of the game.
Boy, that hit seemed to rattle Mike Pelfrey, didn't it? Because after that point, he fell apart after that hit.
Well, he walked Lonnie Chisenhall, and then after the sacrifice bunt, he gave up a 2-run blast to Swisher. Walked the next 2 and got the hook. And Gomes drives one towards center field. That's going to get down. Cutting it off is Aaron Hicks. And Gomes has a 1-out single here in the 7th.
Got a breaking ball, and he was able to keep those hands back enough. It was upstairs a little bit by Fiend, and he took advantage of it. Gets a base hit into center field. So back-to-back at-bats for Gomes with base hits.
Yan Gomes was part of that press conference today with Jason Kipnis and Michael Brantley, and those guys talked about the fact that they talk to each other. As Lonnie Chisenhall lines one toward right field. It gets to Garcia. Gomes around second on his way to third, and he'll stop right there. It's a double for Chisenhall as he lined one toward right field, and Arcia looked like he was running in cement shoes.
Well, that one, that was hit hard. Lonnie put a really good swing on that ball, and that ball was by Arcia out there before he knew what happened. Unfortunately, Gomes couldn't get it going, and you can see the outstretched arm or glove of Garcia, and it gets by him. So second and third, that'll force the Twins infield to come in. You see Gomes had to get started enough. He's just not fast enough. You got to hold him up. But now you've got the leadoff man, Nigel Morgan, to come up and try and add to the lead with the infield in.
The batter is Nigel Morgan, 0 for 2. Sacrifice bunt his last time up. With that infield in, Morgan takes up high, ball 1. Right back over the screen. One ball and 1 strike. Left-hander getting loose for Minnesota in a hurry. Thielbar. But right now it's Casey Fiend who's in a jam with second and third and 1 out, and the Indians leading it by a run. In the dirt. Morgan, quick chick down to third with third base coach Mike Sarboss. Andy Alomar coaching at first. Line drive single into right field. Gomes scores. Chisenhall stops at third. 4-2 Cleveland. Nyjer Morgan with his second RBI on the year.
Nice line drive by Morgan. Short, quick swing, gets a runner in from third base, makes it a 4-2 game. Yeah, that was, I don't know if it was a cutter, it was flat, then middle of the plate. But Chisenhall goes to third. That gives Swisher an opportunity now to look for a pitch to elevate and get that runner in from third. They're going to stall for a little more time until that lefty gets ready.
You got Nick Swisher coming to the plate, who's a switch hitter. Jason Kipnis left-handed bat on deck. It could be that Ron Gardenhire wants to turn Swisher around, or he might be waiting until the next hitter.
No, I'm thinking he wants to turn him around. You bring the left-hander in, and then you can hold the runner at first base and don't let him run. So I think he will make the move.
And here he comes. So the Indians took them a while to get the bats going, but they have heated up here in the last 2 innings, scoring 4 times. They've got 2 on and 1 out. And Ron Gardenhire goes to his bullpen for a left-hander. Thielbar will be coming on when we come back. Four-2, Tribe on top, bottom of the 7th with 1 out. It's, as we promised earlier, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Nick Swisher with a blast that put the Indians on top in the 6th inning, a 2-run homer, his first of the year. And then the OHIO salute. On now for Minnesota, left-hander Caleb Thielbar, his 3rd game of the year. And the Indians have runners at first and third. Chisenhall's at third. Nyjer Morgan, good speed at first base. And strategically, as Rick mentioned, it's a good move for Ron Gardenhire, because by bringing the left-hander in now, it's one thing to turn Swisher around, but you also make it tougher for Nyjer Morgan if he wants to steal second base.
Right. With a 2-run lead, you can be a little more aggressive, so let's keep that runner closer to first. You still have the double play. You put Swisher over to the right side of the plate.
Trying to hold up, but he went around and fouled it off.
And then you have the left-hander on deck, so makes sense. At least that's the design. How many times does a manager in hand have an idea of how he wants it to go, and it goes the exact opposite way? And you always get questioned.
Oh, 0-2 to count on Swisher here. Down in the dirt, and Suzuki did a good job to block it. The Indians have 6 hits in their last 12 at-bats. After they went 0 for their first 12 to start.
And 4 out of the 6 are extra bases. The 2 homers, the 2 doubles. Yeah, it's almost like that 6th inning came on, and it's the second half of the game. They never scored until out in Oakland until the 9th inning for the most part.
They're a little late to the party, but they always show up.
They always show up is right. Now, as long as you make it to the party, that's fine.
Swisher trying to extend the Indians' lead here. They're up 4-2. And he drives one to deep center. Hicks on the move. On the track. He's out of room. It's off the wall. Chisenhall scores. Morgan gets to third. Swisher with an RBI double. 5-2 Cleveland.
He smoked that ball. I mean, that ball was off the wall about halfway up in the right center field. I thought he got it. Watching that ball carry, it was a breaking ball out over the plate. And he just stayed on it beautifully. You can see Hicks going back, and halfway up the wall. I think that would have been the 13th time if he homered from both sides of the plate in the same game. But he just missed. It's a double. It drives in another run. It makes it a 5-2 game and keep the train moving.
Bases, or rather the infield is in with runners at second and third, and Jason Kipnis is swinging a miss. There you see the Twins infielders. They're at the cut all the way around. Morgan, great speed at third. Swisher at second. And now Kipnis, who walked his last time up. Lines it foul. It's 0-2. Samuel Deduno now getting loose in the Minnesota bullpen. This crowd, they're really into it now. Checked on a ball outside. 41,274. At one point they were all here. They may all still be here, but they're tucked in and around the ballpark. Some of them taking refuge from the wind that has been whipping it up to 35 miles an hour. Strike 3 called. Kipnis out number 2 here in the 7th.
Went out there with a breaking ball to pitch before and just missed. I think Jason thinking that pitch might be up, but that's a really tough one to take with 2 strikes. He didn't like it, but it's hard to take. It was close.
Now they're going to intentionally walk Carlos Santana, and they'll go lefty-lefty matchup with Michael Brantley.
That's fine. You got 2 outs, and you got runners in scoring position, and you got your best hitter coming to the dish. And I'm sure Terry doesn't mind that. They'll have a chance to really poke a hole in this one now.
All right, so Santana jogs down to first. The bases are now loaded with 2 outs. And Michael Brantley coming to the plate 0 for 3 on the day. 5-2 the Indians lead it. 3 in the 6th. They've added 2 more here in the 7th. Brantley hit the ball hard his first time up and lined out to left. Hit the ball hard his second time up, but it was right back to the pitcher who snared it. And then flied to center in the 6th inning. Takes low ball 1. up the middle into center field. Morgan scores. Here comes Swisher. He'll score 2. Michael Brantley with a 2-out, 2-run single, and the beat goes on as the Indians have plated 4 runs here in the 7th inning, and they lead it 7-2.
Well, that's what teams are going to find out. If you want to go ahead and pitch around Santana, and you've got Brantley sitting behind him, and there's a runner in scoring position, you're going to see a lot of this right there. Line drive, base hit, because he is a tough out. And he's going to force managers now to pitch to Santana, which will help Santana get a few more pitches. But a clutch hitting again. Michael makes it a 7-2 game. And boy, they have exploded in the last 2 innings.
Dr. Smooth is Captain Clutch. He's already had some big hits, and we're only 4 games into the season as Cabrera chops one to short, and the inning is over. The Indians have erupted for 7 runs in the last 2 innings, and they lead it 7-2. By authority of the Cleveland Indians and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cleveland Indians. This season, Saturday baseball comes to America's newest sports network, Fox Sports 1. It all starts tomorrow at 1 o'clock when the Twins take on the Indians. And at 4, the Giants are in L.A. to battle the Dodgers. To find Fox Sports 1 in your area, go to foxsports1.com. Cody Allen coming on now for the Indians after Brian Shaw worked 2/3 of a perfect inning with a couple of strikeouts. Cody Allen will be facing the 3, 4, and 5 hitters from Minnesota here in the 8th. Josh Willingham drove in a run with a sac fly back in the 1st. Popped up in the 3rd. Was intentionally walked to load the bases back in the 5th, and that proved to be a key moment in this game for Danny Salazar because he was already trailing 2-0. Twins had 2nd and 3rd with only 1 out. He intentionally passed Willingham to load the bases, and Chris Colabello, who homered off of him earlier in the game, hit a line drive that was caught by Kipnis at 2nd. He got Trevor Plouffe to ground out, held the Twins at bay, and then the Indians would erupt in the 6th.
I think a big turning point in that ball game. Absolutely right, because that could have been 4-0 or anything if that ball gets by Kipnis.
And as we said at the time, it's not that Salazar was great today. In fact, he had trouble commanding his fastball, but he didn't give in. He didn't implode. he kept his team in the ballgame. And sometimes you don't have great stuff. You don't throw it where you want to always. But what do you do on those days? Can you keep your team in it? And he pitched into the 6th inning.
Yeah, there's going to be a few days this year that he's going to go out and be unhittable. But other days he's got to work his way through it. And that's where Gomes has to help him get through it, with its changeups, with the sliders.
Nice piece of hitting by Josh Willingham. He took that the other way for a leadoff single.
And speaking of sliders, that's what he throws. Colabello right here. That was a slider that he took it to right center field, knocked it out of the park. You could see him shaking his head, but there's a good fastball in.
Good breaking ball there.
Well, it's a matter of finding it and getting consistent. He had to strike him out, throw him out. So it's a young pitcher. It's a work in progress, and you learn something every time you go out and toe the rubber.
Here's big Chris Colabello. He's straightened up by a Cody Allen fastball. Missed inside 1-0. Obviously, the Twins believe in Colabello. He played in 55 games last year, and in those 55 games, he hit just a .194 with 58 strikeouts. But he did hit 7 home runs, and in 89 games with Rochester that year, he hit 24 dingers. So they feel like there's something there that was worth taking a shot at. He was the International League MVP last year with those 24 home runs for the Red Wings.
Well, right. There you go. I mean, the power's there. Now, can you teach this guy to hit, and make the adjustment at the big league level? You're going to take your chances right now because of the power that he does show. As we tell you, a lot of young hitters at the major league level, pitchers will find those holes and they will make you make adjustments. Now it's up to him, once he gets up here and spends a little time and gets some at-bats, to make his changes. But you're not going to hit that right there.
Cody Allen strikes him out, 1 away here in the 8th inning.
I don't think any hitter's going to hit that one.
That was pretty nasty.
You get a 1-2 pitch, and he's got such a good curveball that it's out of the zone. But when you haven't faced Cody Allen before, that's a good pitch. Sharp, biting curveball. They've got a guy over there in their booth that knows what it's all about, a sharp, biting curveball. When you talk about Burt Blyleven, Hall of Famer.
Lord Charles, right?
Yes,
His curveball had that kind of royalty.
About as good as anybody's ever in a game. Not only did the ground crew have to do a heck of a job to get this field ready today with the water, but at the end of this game, because of the wind, they're going to have to go out and clean up all this debris that's blowing all over the place. They can't catch a break.
No, if there's anything that's not weighted down, it's been blown all over the place today.
Well, I saw Tommy Bowe blow out of the booth over here early in about the 3rd inning.
Missed inside. The appeal did not go. Slash toward right. It gets by Murphy. It gets down and goes to the wall. Around second, lumbering toward third is Willingham, and he'll be stopped there. It's a double for Trevor Plouffe. And And the Twins have runners at second and third with one out.
Well, Plouffe, he's a good fastball hitter, and he gets himself when it was that ball down the middle. And goes that way with it, gets it past Murphy into the corner, so a double for him. Second and third with one out. Third double of the afternoon / evening for Minnesota.
Pitch outside. Oswaldo Arcia, 1 for 3 today.
The masked man.
Arcia with a base hit in the 6th inning. Singled one right up the middle. And he takes a strike. Threw the fastball right by him. Good low heater. Now the 1-2. All the way. Were you a fan of the Lone Ranger? TV show back in the day? Clayton Moore?
Yes.
Hi-oh, Silver.
How could you? Yeah, how could you?
I guess they remade that movie with Johnny Depp. I haven't had a chance to go see it. Tough to top Clayton Moore in that powder blue cowboy outfit, though. Now the 1-2 from Cody Allen. Arcia pops it up and out of play. Terry Francona, his club battling from behind to take the lead. They're up 7-2 with 7 unanswered runs, but Minnesota threatening to try and make a game of it here in the 8th with 2 on and only 1 out. Cody Allen trying to punch out Arcia here. High fastball, blew it by him, 2 down.
A very well located fastball. Upstairs, above the belt, ties up the left-hander, and really didn't give him any swinging room. You see where Gomes says, let me get in there? Great pitch. Great pitch. You can see it really ties him up. He couldn't get extended, and that ball gets on you in a hurry.
Cody Allen has to back off the rubber. Either that or he was knocked off by that gust of wind. Upstairs with it, ball 1. Fastball right there at the knees, outside corner. Evens the count of 1-1. Good looking pitch, and it's 2-1. A little bit low, perhaps.
Yeah, but when you miss with that pitch, that's where you want to miss with it.
You can see Suzuki. I mean, that wind is just—it's been relentless since that storm moved through here this afternoon. Chop towards third, but it goes foul. And it's now 2-2. Those who remain of the sellout crowd on their feet making some noise. They want to see Cody Allen punch him out and end the inning right here. Right field, Murphy makes the catch. Cody Allen, a scoreless 8th inning, and Minnesota strands a pair, 7-2 Cleveland. (7-2) Tribe on top as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning. Stay tuned for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. Comes your way immediately following the game. Minnesota goes back to their bullpen. Samuel Deduno will get the call. Deduno had one rather forgettable outing already this year in Chicago. In the one inning that he pitched, he had a wild pitch, or I should say a balk, and 2 wild pitches that plated the winning run. That's one you'd just as soon forget about.
Yeah, no doubt.
David Murphy 0 for 3 on the day. Upstairs with it. Ground ball towards second base. Dozier, after a slight bobble, throws him out. We'll pause now. 10 seconds for station identification. You're watching Cleveland Indians baseball.
The batter for the Tribe, number 10, John Go.
7-2, Cleveland on top. Matt Underwood, Rick Manning with you, along with Katie Witham here at Progressive Field. Opening day in Cleveland. The 21st home opener here at Progressive Field. Big bouncer to third, Trevor Plouffe. Took care of that with a room service hot. We're 2 down now as we take a look at our in-game box score courtesy of your local Hyundai dealers. And the Indians, you have to remember, Mike Pelfrey, Minnesota starter, retired the first 12 in a row to start the game, and then the Indians blitzkrieged them. They just came out of everywhere. Swisher with a big home run. Gomes got it started with a solo dinger. And then Nick almost hit his second home run of the game in the 7th inning when the Tribe tacked on 4 more. Chisenhall golfs one into right field. That's going to drop for his second hit of the afternoon. So Lonnie Chisenhall with a good ball game. He's got 2 hits. He's been on base 3 times. He's scored a couple of runs.
Well, keep progressive fielding in Cleveland strong by voting yes on issue 7. Your yes vote will help protect our sports facilities in critical county and city services with no increase in taxes. Obtain a vote by mail at keepclevelandstrong.org.
Nyjer Morgan is 1 for 3. He singled in a run and scored back in the 7th inning. And he takes a strike. Morgan, that was a key base hit too at the time. You got to remember, Indians had a 3-2 lead. They had 2 on with 1 out. And Morgan's base hit extended the lead and kept the pressure on it. It knocked Casey Fien out of the ball game, and then they brought the left-hander Caleb Thielbar on, and that's when Swisher hammered that double off the wall in center, and then later in the inning, Michael Brantley had a 2-run base hit. So Morgan filling in for the injured Michael Bourne has done a terrific job. He's got 2 hits in the ball game. Chisenhall all the way to third. And Nick Swisher, as I mentioned, 2 big hits on the afternoon. The first one, a 2-run blast. That gave the Indians a 3-2 lead. And then from the other side of the plate, almost went out of the yard again.
He sure did, man. Took a breaking ball out over the plate, stayed on it beautifully. A couple of big hits that drove in
3. And here he is again. Meduna ran one up and in. Swisher fights it off. The Indians started out in Oakland. They couldn't buy a hit with a runner in scoring position. It took them a while to get things going. Same trend here early in the game. They were 1 for their first 6, but since then they've gone 3 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Suzuki with a nice block.
Boy, this guy will test you if you're a catcher with his curveball. Medina's got a great curveball, and he will bounce it a great portion of the time with the wild pitch, so you better be heads up when you call it.
Well, Suzuki, he knows all too well. It cost him in Chicago. There's another breaking ball in the dirt, and once again Suzuki equal to the task.
Boy, he knows. He puts that number 2 down. He says, okay, going to use that protector and smother it. Watch how he gets that body over and angles it to keep that ball in front of him. Nice job.
I'm sure Ray Fosse had long talks with Suzuki about that thing. You know, that's something Ray really admires in a catcher. When you know that curveball's coming in the dirt, you still have the guts to call it. Up and away, full count. Because you can't take away a guy's good pitch just because you may be afraid that it might get away from you.
That's true. And that guy that's out there throwing it has to have confidence in you back there blocking that ball as well.
There are the Indians base runners, Chisenhall and Morgan. And now Kipnis steps away, or excuse me, Swisher steps away. Kipnis waiting on deck. Jason would be next if Nick keeps the inning alive. 2 down here in the 8th. Tribe on top 7-2. They banged out 10 hits now. And he strikes him out to end the inning. We'll go to the 9th in Cleveland. It's the Indians 7 and the Twins 2. Let's look back at our keys to the game, brought to you by Akron Children's Hospital. For Danny Salazar, we mentioned it before, he had a little trouble with his command, but he battled. He really kept his team in the ball game. And the Indians broke out the hits with runners in scoring position of late. And they kept the crowd in the game by, thanks to Salazar not giving in. You know, that bases loaded situation where he got out of it and kept it a 2-0 game. That enabled the offense to come back, and boy, did they ever.
Yes, it did. Big time.
Blake Wood on for his 2nd appearance of the year. Hard throwing right-hander. Indians rehabbed him after he had Tommy John surgery, and well, they're hoping that he'll come out and reward them with a big year out of the bullpen. He's got a tremendous arm. If he can harness it, then this guy's got a chance to be a very good late inning pitcher. Yo, look out.
Ouch. Well, let's see if this one looks like it got the umpire right off the ankle. It did, because Gomes didn't get any leather on it. The last thing you want to do now in the 9th is take one off your ankle.
Mentioned Nigel Morgan's done a nice job filling in for Michael Bourne. 2 hits today, RBI and a run scored. You asked before about potentially Michael Bourne returning to the club. He didn't get a chance to play in Columbus tonight because of the wet conditions down there. So now he's scheduled to play in game 1 of their doubleheader tomorrow.
Okay.
So hopefully he'll get a game under his belt, and then they'll go from there as far as that decision making is concerned. One ball, 2 strikes, the count on Aaron Hicks here in the 9th inning. plate. He threw it by him. Blake Wood strikes out Hicks. One down here in the ninth. Stay tuned for Indians Live, brought to you by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care. It comes your way next. Now we're going to get a pinch hitter. It's Jason Kubel. Kubel will bat for Pedro Florimon. Kubel finished last year with the Indians. He had a tremendous career with the Twins and then went to Arizona. He had some injuries when he was with the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, some knee problems, and I think that took away from his hitting.
Well, and obviously in the National League, you got to be able to play out in the field, and might be able to help the Twins this year as a DH at times. He checks, and ball two. Three balls and a strike to count here for Kubel. And it's fouled right back. Good cut. It was right there on him. Brian Dozier, the leadoff man, waiting on deck for Minnesota here in the ninth. Tribe leading it 7-2. Swung and missed. He threw it right by him again. Blake Wood rearing back, throwing some BBs. And there are two down in the ninth. Above the belt, just below the letters. And with that kind of velocity, not going to catch up to it, especially on a night like tonight. In there for a strike to Brian Dozier. He's had 3 hits in the ballgame, struck out his last time up. Dozier didn't have a hit coming into tonight's game. He was 0 for 13 to start the year. Lays off the breaking ball in the dirt. One long swing and a miss. He just gasolined it right past him. One-two pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. The Indians win their opener 7-2 here at Progressive Field. Come from behind fashion with 7 unanswered runs. As the Indians go to 3-1 on the year. And I tell you what, you got to tip your cap to the 41,274 that came out today. And especially those who are still standing here at the end. because they braved wind and rain and just some nasty conditions. But they were a hardy band that stayed here to cheer the Indians on to a 7-2 win over the Twins in their opener. Time now for our key play of the game. It's brought to you by Key Bank.
Well, the Indians did nothing pretty much for 5 innings. They had 1 hit, but in the 6th inning, Gian Gomes, he got it going. Boy, that leadoff home run really seemed to do something to Mike Pelfrey. He got him on the board and cut the lead in half, and then Swisher, a couple of hitters later, man on base. What's he do? He hits one into the seats. That made a big 3-run inning, a couple of long balls. That got him going. Pelfrey out of the game after that, a couple of walks. That is going to be our key play of the game, and brought to you by the Key Bank. Proud to be the banking home of the Cleveland Indians.
So the tribal winner, everybody goes home happy tonight here at Progressive Field. 7-2 the final score. Some final thoughts when we come back.